Okay, here we are again. Arm's a little bit worse for wear, but we don't need to use our right hand anymore. Not too much. Kind of weird that Corsair is like one of the involved parties. Maybe they sold a peripheral for this game? I don't know. Huh. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the Sugar Rush. I don't know why I did that. Right. That's right. Right arrow. Holy, that's gonna be a problem. Okay. We need to remember there's a third button. All right. We just need the score, not the combos. Now screw up a little bit more. Oh no. Man. Still doing that. Still mixing right with right hand. It missed like 2 notes. There's a chance it's still 3 stars though. Nailed it. Our accuracy was good enough. Alright. Okay. Ooh, a mushroom sword. Neato. Let's go put on the mushroom sword. Let's put on this thing too, just for giggles. There's an achievement for putting in, for using all the skins. I don't even know which ones. Right. A mostly decorative sword still works though. Kinda looks like a sword. I mean, it kinda looks sharp. I don't know how sharp I am today on this, but a face mask though. Oh boy. Alright. I'm like getting really laxed from the last one. That's weird. I dropped one. That was a bad time. Trying to find a sugar rush time. Okay, I can do the sugar rush near the end. That's not too bad of a place to do it. I could also do it in the beginning during the... The beginning is very choice too, because there are a lot of notes. Really? That was so routine. I think we got the score, but we didn't get the combo. No? Dude. Oh man, my act is still so bad. We did that one. Oh, we can use the sugar rush near the bridge. If I remember. I don't know why I missed those. Damn. Oh, you don't really need that much combo. Holy act. It's like below 70%. Holy. Act just plummets. That's gonna be rough. Just like, I guess one of the downsides of rhythm games is you can't have a lapse of attention. For me, anyways. I keep thinking about Sugar Rush. Like every single time I'm thinking about maybe I should. I keep focusing on trying to find a segment for Sugar Rush. Just forget about it and go for the combo. Oh, I tapped one extra time. What the heck? Got the combo, but I don't think I got the score. I tapped one extra time. No? Oh no, you had to do the whole combo. Oh no. Yeah, never mind. It doesn't show when it's filling up the stars, so you need to combo the whole thing. And that score is not even close. Ugh. It's too high. The threshold is so high in this game. You don't even have multipliers and stuff. Alright, let's see. New scores, new scores. Let's set new scores.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going too fast. I just gotta relax. I'm like really rushing. Well, we got a new combo score. Got a neat. Oh, I could get the second star too. We were pretty close to the second star. Try it. I think realistically we're just gonna aim for 2 stars. I don't think we're gonna get the CDs before I do a review. Hmm. We gotta find where we want to place that too. Hmm. Whoops. What the heck? That thing just... Dude, obstruction. I just got obstructed by a gingerbread. Foul play. Yeah. My focus was gone after that. Just here for new scores. Alright. We're just gonna keep going, moving back up to where we were. Just seeing, fishing for that, Good stuff, good stuff. Oops. Oh, that's a good place. That's a... Okay. I mean, I guess I already got the score, so we're just going for combo. If I were to max, I guess that would be the place. Now I don't have to get distracted by trying to figure out where a good sugar rush would be. Oops. My bad. Oops. Alright. So we gotta go for combo. I don't even know how I got a 3-star score with a 1. I must have broke like a third the way. Yeah. Okay. That's probably not today. I sped up. That's fine. I need to be a little looser. Going back and forth. One hand. All right. Yep. Wait, let's change skins first. Hmm. $334. I keep rushing. When I go in, I think I'm too slow, and then I rush. We'll come back to it. Kitty cat. Alright, I mean I'll take the 2. Realistic goal. Okay. Right. Kitty cat doesn't have a sleep bubble. Oops. Oh, it's so hard to... my reading is not up to snuff. It's like fading behind, slowly fading behind. Because I can't have this like tracking issue with my eyes. Focus. Still can't get the shuffle. Yeah, every time I go for it, I'm not reacting fast enough. I can't get the shuffle double in the middle of the space doubles, though. Oops. I reversed it. I space first. Oh, that doing the triple with the spacebar at the end is a little... Oops, backwards. Yeah, I'm having trouble with the triple spacebar, so right left space. Man, that score was kind of high. What the heck? Try again. We need to set new score. Combo is gonna be a long work in progress here. Oops. Screwed up. Backwards. I got 3 of the 4. And I'm that one squeezing is a bit different. I can only get the end part. It's getting a little better. I squeezed in a few of them here and there. I keep thinking that thing is closer every time I process it. Backwards. Squeeze in a few more doubles here and there. All right. Oh no, not this. All right, well, this is where I practice the slow triples. Oops. I lose track of my place. That was okay. That was a lot better than yesterday. I was still not able to. Alright. Try again. I'm trying to like pick a place on the chart to focus my eyes on. Oops. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. the same every time. I don't think I'm feeling. I don't think I'm getting. I don't think my comfort is increasing. Skin change. Let's go back to. Oh, we're totally going with green. Okay. That's enough. That's enough bootstrapping that. Okay, okay. I learned something from coffers on this one. Oops. I don't. That's it. I should just go. It's hard to hit the. I lose my place when I use my fourth finger. See, I keep thinking I need to use my other finger. Man, Sugar Rush is just. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to get the triples. There's no way. Oh, I did it way too early. I did it way too early. Okay. I don't. Is that left, right, space? Oh, wait. Yes. Around, yes. Wait. Oh, I need to hit him. Okay. Oops. Alright. Too early. I missed early and then just stopped. I think man, I missed one. I'm not sure that's enough. We'll see. I missed one. Yay, 69. Nice. Free star. I'll take it. We need to get at least 10 CDs. I think we can go for the 10 CDs. The 25 CDs. Maybe if I ascend one day or something. All right. This one's so rough. I do like this track though. This track's pretty off. Oh my gosh, like my eyes are not it's like scrolling to the left. I don't know how to describe it, but the known problem I have with my eyes. Just doing it again. Just... So I just focus on the doubles like I did before, and then see if I can see anything in between. Yeah, I'm having trouble reading that. I've missed like every single space, but I know I hit the space. So yeah, this setup is not working. It's like I can't get the... I gotta focus again. See it. It's always... There's a later delay on the blue switch. Using two types of switches is not great. There's a way higher delay on my keyboard than the keypad. Maybe I should just use the keyboard in general. The third button is a big problem. Yeah, see, it's always late. It's like I'm hitting it at least 50 milliseconds early. What to do? What to do? Maybe I'll try your spacebar thing. Unfortunately, I'm switching to my keyboard now, so that's gonna be a problem too. These three things? No, that's not happening. Yeah, the two-hand thing is just not working. Oh. Wrong buttons. Blue switches feel really funny. Oh my gosh. Space. Okay. I can at least keep space barring. I think. I can't. That's not. We're in trouble now. How do we train this? How are we gonna train this? Wait. We're gonna put this back here. It's kind of like a middle ground. Turns all left and right notes into middle notes. Can be hit with both left. Easier timer, more. What the? I guess that helps you with timing, but That doesn't help you with the thing. That doesn't help me with the thing that I'm struggling with. Oops. I wanted to tap there. Okay, I kind of got the separation on the quad thing. I still keep getting the spacebar mixed up with my index fingers mixed up. When they're too close together. Whoops. Like that. Sometimes I just forget. Like, I started reading it like it was hidden, where I was tapping too soon. We'll have to just keep playing until we normalize. This one doesn't have... I think we're just gonna have to suck it up, do randomizer, and then just get like the spacebar in. Just have the spacebar attached to our memory. I don't know why I missed that. And I don't know why I missed the really random. I hit random trap notes. I was either early or late. Really weird. All right, new scores. I'm good. We're still going. Oh no. Okay. Okay. How did this song go? We're working up. Those power peppers are gonna kick my butt. I'm still so weak on space. But that was early. Yeah, I was early. I hate you, coppers. I don't understand it. Son of a... Oops. I don't freaking understand that. I don't freaking understand the, I'm still not even sure how many notes there are. Like 5 into 7? It's like 5, 7? Oops. Oh, I got it once. And then I totally lost my place. I got it once. Oh no. Oh. I'm a little early. I don't know what the timing is for the second set. I'm clearly really late to the second set. Oops. I hit the wrong button. I see it, but I'm not tapping it properly. At least this place have really defined space bars, so like you have opportunities to practice. Try again. And it repeats 3 times, obviously, so gives opportunities to look at it a bunch of times. It's just one beat separating them. I always want, every single time when that syncopation happens, I want to ult there. And they decide not to ult. They tap on the same side. Every single time. Without fail. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I was totally off. Yeah, I was off key. I was off the beat. I was totally off the beat. Oops, I lost my place. Oops. Oops. I hit the wrong button. Of course. Oops. I keep forgetting the space bar, man. When you get so focused on trying to hit the timing, you just completely forget there's a third button. Whoops. I'm off by half a beat, yep. And now I'm constantly off by half a beat. Freaking ridiculous. Off half a beat and just everything's gone. It's just everything's off half a beat. Watching stream is dying? It is dying. It's back. I see that the bit rate normalized. I just went to the bathroom. It was the it was definitely the ISP this time. It's not Twitch. I saw that the bit rate plummeted for a moment. And now it's back. That was really odd. Thanks for telling me. Okay. Yeah, the bit rate's back, so it was a really weird instability. Alright, I need to stop doing this song. It's gonna drive me insane. Alright, we got a new score on it, so that's fine. Oh no. Monka help. Okay. Alright. Alright, that's a little bit better than the day before. No, not fantastic. Oops. Keep getting my freaking space bars mixed up. Okay, I can get the like the refrain part down now. All right. Slow, steady progress. Slow and steady progress. Oops. Ugh. That bouncing. Can't get the can't land the bouncing. Alright. That's a pretty solid improvement. We'll take it. We went from 1 star to 2 and 1. 1 star and no star. I'll take it. Gosh, this one's so mean, and watching Coffers play this was like, just goes to show you how much lack of rhythm I have. Okay, just commit, right? Oh wait, don't commit. Play safe. This goes. My head is constantly tilted this way is because when an object moves from right to left in my eyes, I can't follow it properly dead on, so I have to like turn my head a little, and I could feel myself slightly going over and over again. I don't know what that's called, but I tried to describe it to my ophthalmologist once, and he didn't see anything wrong, but it's so weird. Causes like a bit of a stiff neck. Alright, let's try again. Takes so much work. I'm only focusing on the left note there. Just I couldn't even get the left note right. I mean the right note. I can't start the streams properly. They come up earlier than I expect. I can't hit all the streams properly. Well, I already got an F because I spammed down. Okay. I always started late. That chart just constantly looks like it's further down, like the hit it's further down. Wow, you can really just hit everything on the intro, huh? F. Man. Ridiculous. This one? 210. I think this one's doable. In the future. I'm getting my stupid spacebar mixed up with my right note again. Every single time. Same spot. Same spot again, too. Same spot twice. I do same combo breaks. Got my mixed up again. Oh, I got my button mixed up. The combo lasted longer. I didn't screw up on the same place. Didn't break combo on the same place. Alright. Improvements there. Oh, okay. We gotta do the fire pepper thing at least once today. Oh, we did get this. That's kind of nice. Remember this. So triggered by this. 224. I forgot about Sugar Rush. But, the ending is not too bad to Sugar. New score. I had a lower combo? I thought I was doing pretty alright this time around. Can't figure out where. I keep wanting to tap one less. So after this, probably. And then go. Okay. Okay, I got it. So I want to end on my pointer, then my middle finger, and then repeat. Okay. We're just gonna skip that. Alright. Alright. How okay. There's our space game. Our spacebar game. We'll find out in a sec. Oops. Dude, there's just like such a low opportunity to hit her during that segment, and it just keeps going. I can't hit the spacebar on that double. It's so much faster than double tapping. I was just focusing just on the space bars there. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Man. I just couldn't add the other beats into it. I just couldn't add the other beats. I could only add like 3 of all the space bars. You had to hit all the space bars, but I could only hit 4 of those notes. And then the other ones are like, I was just too scared. I was too scared to take off my focus off the space bars, the dodges. All right, we can finally see the rest of this. Oh, my neck is so stiff. You're strong. All right, yeah, well, yeah, couple of tries. Maybe we chose the wrong side. Now that I think about it, these coupons they've been paying us with are useless. Yeah, it's just 10%. 10% off soft drinks or hot dogs. I forgot what it was. It's been so long. It was just yesterday. And I don't know what to do with those non-fungible thingies that gave us either. Oh man, that is an NFT jab. Anyways. The chilies seem kind of shady now that I think about it. Yeah, they're tax invaders. Mr. Chili is my second cousin. Okay. I guess family isn't everything. Sure is not. Let's go teach those crooks the meaning of justice. Yeah! Justice. Wait, what happened to the green dude? Power Pepper, shine bright. You're missing your green pepper friend. Wait. They're just gonna ignore that green pepper was still on the ground? I don't think this is a debate, right? I don't think this is a debate. 753 combo. Holy heck. Oh man. That's getting hot. That's getting up there. Alright, we're back from the dungeon. Oh. Oh. Wait. Gotta get my voice on. Oh, he's back. Great. How are the dungeons? Did you change your mind about my proposal? I see. You've also met my hired guns. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Sprout back here. I assume he has a new perspective on the endless possibilities of our delightful organization. We're here to stop you, you lousy, lying, and loathsome lawbreaker. Alliteration. Justice. What happened to Green Pepper? Green Pepper just like failed. I see. You've turned against me. It was only a matter of time, I guess. Darling, look away. You know how I get when I'm angry. Yes, dear. You know, I didn't want it to end this way. Couldn't you just have accepted my generous offer? This is all your fault. Oh, no. Is she going to? She is. Take cover! What? You're just gonna leave me? Anka? Oh, good. How do you like... I don't know. How do you like me now, Mr. Sprout? You stand no chance of defeating me. Mwah ha ha ha. Mwah, 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 mwah ha ha. NFTs are the future. Okay, I wasn't sure about the NFT jazz, but there it is. Confirmed. Okay. Alright, alright. Here we go. Everyone hold. Brace. Holy! Oh my... Okay, so far. Oh my gosh, it reverses too! What the freak? Okay, I got it. It's fine. It's fine. It's just the scroll speed was unexpectedly fast. Oh, I can't do the reverse. Oh my gosh, reverse triples. Phase 2, I'm guessing. Oh no, I'm scared. What's happening? Oops. I can't hit those. They're scrolling too fast. Oh my gosh, there's a phase 3? Oh my gosh, it's just faster. Alright, well... Okay. Fine. That's fine. That was amazing! I can't believe you defeated Mrs. Chili. There's Green Pepper. Green Pepper's back. Thanks for everything, Sprout. Consider yourself an honorary member of the Power Peppers from now on. You're pretty good at weeding out the bad guys. We'll be sure to call you if the intentions of future employers come into question. But you still call us anytime. You hear? Anyway, we should be going now. Gotta find some evildoers to lock up. Power Peppers shine bright. Let's... Wait, what was the catch line? Oh. Fight. Dude. Green Pepper, what's wrong? Green Pep. Good work, Sprout. Now I just need you to sign some paperwork stating that you valiantly assisted me. Oh, wait. Now I just need you to sign some paperwork stating that you valiantly assisted me in the epic battle against the evil Mr. and Mrs. Chili. Tax evasion is no joke after all. Does anyone have a pen? Oh, the expensive pen. Wow. Holy moly. Macaroni. This pen is junk. Why are you even carrying this cheap crap around? It's even out of ink. Thanks for nothing, Sprout. Alright. Yes. Amazing! You've defeated the evil queen of tax evasion. Alright. We got these bonus levels. See, these are the challenge levels. The other ones weren't they're just simply labeled level 26, level 27, to 80, to 30. Oh boy. Alright, well, we'll like take a gander at the chart. 316 combo is a short piece. Okay. Let's go. I'm getting to get body. It's a drum line. What in actual tarnation? All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's go see the other one. All right. All right. This one's got to be better, right? 168. This one's even shorter. Right? How bad could it be, you know? False sense of security. I like it. I like it. Oh, the BPM changed. This is dumb. Oh my god. It's so fast. What the frick? Okay, alright, 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 alright. Hold. 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 Hang on, hang on, hang on. We just gotta read it fast, right? You just gotta have fast fingers. We can do this. We can do this. That last one was something else though. Oh wait. You can like hold up. Hold up. Plan. Oops. Oops. It's like it's right, left, left. Okay. Right, left, right. Oh man. Okay, okay. Wait. I think I screwed that up. Wait. I think I remember the pattern improperly. Let's try again. We gotta pay attention. It's so they show you the pattern. They show you the pattern slowly, and then it just leads into it sped up. Okay, so that's kind of nice, sort of. I still don't remember the order though, and it's so fast. Right, left. Yeah, it's the same pattern every time. Oh my gosh, it's so fast. I don't even know what that is. Alright. Well. It's not a challenge for. Oh my gosh. It's not labeled as a challenge for a reason, you know? Without a reason. Alright. Oh my. Oh. Okay. Alright. 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 Fair enough. I can't even land the space bars, let alone the doubles. Yeah, I'm like so late. Like the read speed is unbelievable. Yeah. See, it can't even I can't even process where I don't even know the bling sound is even on the spacebar or not. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's after. Yeah, it's slightly after the bling noise. So you're tapping right after the bling noise. At least that's how it feels to me. And I think that's it. That's probably the whole level. Alright, well, we know that one. Try this one. 383, that's actually kind of long. Starting to feel like playing TV, like what TV size maps feel like. Hey, Joshy. Hello. That one was okay. It was still pretty rough. Alright. 485. This one's long too. That's not. You mean low combo FC? That's not a low combo FC. Did you see the number of Fs? Press F. Oh my gosh. Holy. Oh my gosh. Those are triples. Ugh. The DNB. It's not an FC, they're Fs, dude. Look at it, 93. Josh, you add the total, you take it over the total, alright? The buttons were only entered like 500 times. That's over 25%. You're putting the F. That was a DNB thing. Yeah, that was straight up DNB. These two are non-negotiable. Holy heck. This one is so troll. This is DNB with triples. I mean, with triple input. I don't know how I feel about this one. This one's really not nice. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, it's the reverse too. You read a book. Was it enjoyable? Like a complete book? What was it for? Is there slow mode? Like, can I... What was wrong with this? What was this one's gimmick again? Oh, it's just like massive read speed. Was this the one that was like super massive double read speed or something? Yep. Yeah, I'm just like late. Oh, oops. Not what I meant to do. I'm like consistent. I think where the sound is, but it's not where it is because the AR is just completely different. Oh, you're reading a book. Okay. How is it? Yeah. Yeah, man. That I don't even know where you start with that. It's at least 3 times faster. Yeah. Maybe I'm early. Hold up. Nope. It's like irregular. Well, as long as we got to... I don't know how I'm gonna go about doing these, though. That's the better question. I don't know how I'm gonna go about doing these. I guess you just don't do these. These are the... Well... There is a chance you could do one of these. I think there is a chance you could get a CD from one of these. Does one describe a book? Does one describe a book? What do you mean by does one describe a book? How does one describe a book? I don't know. Take an excerpt from it that left a lasting impression for you. If it elicits or inspires something that's worth sharing, I suppose. Although I think I'm at the tail end. We'll play this again. No, we'll try to get... I can get 10 CDs, I think, reasonably in this game, and then that's about it. It's a shame the star is high behind another achievement required. Still make the same, like, I think it did, but then I forgot which part, and oh, I see. Well, that's fair. Fair enough. that happened yesterday. Well, here's another deal, right? Here's another deal. You could actively read something or passively read something. You can read with an intent of describing it to someone. It's very similar to what you would be doing in school, if you know what I mean. Oops. Wrong button. Generally speaking, whenever it's something that requires a lot of practice, I suppose. It becomes habitual once you... if you want to practice. I can't hold a conversation while doing this. For some reason, I didn't do that in school. That explains a lot. That's passive learning. You know the saying about knowledge, right? I did the reverse. Oops. The English as I took didn't really have that component. It's not really a component, but it's more of a wisdom picked up. In general, I don't think there is any school system that emphasizes a wisdom of active learning in general. It doesn't have to involve reading books in general, though. It's active participation. Is what I said earlier. The intent is there. So, for example, like I don't necessarily think you have enough experience yet in life for this, but I don't know if it made a difference or not, but at a very young age, or a much younger age, I suppose, for myself, you come to the realization that the most difficult and the most, the final stages of understanding and, you know, like understanding and applying someone's knowledge or things that they learn or remember or experience is to be able to reconstruct it and communicate it to another person, or share or educate with them, like educate with it. That you can be a fantastic person, like you can be the top of your game, but it's one undeveloped skill tends to be retaining the ability to instruct another person at various levels. It sounds biased, but that's what makes teaching extremely difficult, and it's kind of understandable and reasonable that the appreciation for teaching can be lost since there's usually an age gap, and the age gap tends to be a natural thing because school is in context of younger people who are inexperienced and older people who are perhaps a bit too experienced. I already know that, but I also proceed to never put it into practice. I've come to that realization for sure. Well, I'm not sure if you know it. I'll take your word for it that you're aware of it. Like, on a very arm's length thing. But I don't think you know it. Without putting it into practice, it's difficult. It's very difficult to know how effortless it can become, or how much more efficient one can be when they're intently reading something. It gets easier. I mean, or it gets, I don't want to use the word easier. It's difficult however effort you place into it, but it becomes overall more efficient over time. So, but yes, like every other skill, right? The first steps are the most difficult. But rarely do I ever do anything without asking myself, how do I explain this to another person? Like when I'm playing this, right? Someone drops in and they ask me something. I've already prepared how I would describe this game. And I do that simultaneously as I'm experiencing something. It's no longer like something I choose to do anymore. How would I describe this game? Knowing you, the relevant information would be that it is a rhythm dominant game. It is a music game that is rhythm dominant. However, it is not a skill focused game. It's more of a narrative jabbing humor game. So a bit of zoomer humor here and there. It's a total package, I would say. It's an indie game as well. But I can't describe this right now because I'm not going to digress for today. It has great zoomer humor and a few like boomers things thrown in, I guess. Boomer being relative to zoomer humor. But yeah, this game is not a game that you would use to refine something. Most of its set pieces are eclectic. It's a variety. It's a potpourri music game that has an emphasis on rhythm. It comes with your standard mods that allow you to endlessly play. It is a relatively short game too when it comes to music games or music bound games. I'm not completely sold on the imbalance of the game. So like the input imbalance where there's one button, there's 3 buttons. Somehow I think I would be more open to 4 buttons to balance the hands. I don't have a setup that uses the same switches though, so that's a little problematic. Right, not just see when you're asking me to describe the game, that's what I'm going to do once I finish the game. Like my impressions of this game is incomplete. So as in I haven't bootstrapped through this game in order to give it a proper description. Being able to say that where I am is also part of the description. So I would say I'm about 50% maybe to a review of the game. There's an achievement for 25 discs. And that seems like not within reach at all. 25 CDs would mean getting a 3-star score and combo on everything in the main story and everything in the prequel. You could try to get a CD from one of these bonus levels, but that's not it for me. The gameplay is very focused. It does remind me of another game. What is it called? It's like a app game. It's a mobile app game, and it made rhythm kinda place on the map. It's like Funko Pop or something. I don't know. Funk something. It had funk in it. I don't know. Tokaku played it or talked about it a couple times in some of her videos. It has a design, it has like a 2D design language, like a 2.5D design language. It's sort of like a cult, more like a cult classic hit than a, but it uses Mania controls, so just 4 arrow keys, I think. I don't remember what it's called. So I'm gonna have to try to combo these things. Gotta get another CD. I'm 3 CDs off. Original music too. So we do have to take into account original music. Oops. I don't know why I'm late to that. It felt late. It felt like I was being late in general. So if you're like, if you want a simplified experience, like Osu Mania or Step Mania, typically people would probably refer to the DDR UI. It's kind of like that, but not really. It's simplified to 2 keys predominantly. It has a dodge key. The dodge key is kind of a weird thing because the dodge key introduces the HP mechanic. This game doesn't necessarily have an HP mechanic. The dodge key, the 3rd key, is the only actually, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think traps hurt you either. They just take score away. So in the end, when you're like fighting, if you survive, your HP is just hitting all the dodge keys. So you could effectively hit every dodge key and just look at the chart as it rotates through. So you don't actually have to land anything. Interestingly enough. I'm not sure. Some part of me wouldn't mind having an alternative mod where it removes the HP bar and removes the 3rd input. But it is the most uncomfortable element, which comes with interference from Osu, really. So it's not like it needs to or not. It would be kind of nice to have a mod like that, but there isn't a mod like that for this one. There is a mod to remove left and right, though. Like, to move all of them, to make them. So there is a mod. So this game has taken into consideration like people who just want timing. So if you go to beginner mode, right, which it locks the, I didn't realize it locks the CDs, but it makes it just a timing thing. So it becomes OSU basically autopilot, I guess. It changes into autopilot. Oh, no, it doesn't. It keeps the space bar. Huh. Well, the Sugar Rush changes the space bars too. Not that. Whoa, wait. So now you can treat this like OSU standard. And then just do finger control. And then hit the spacebar whenever it shows up. I'm full alting right now. Just this game, you should not be full alting. That is not that's not a great habit. But it does feel like full alting now. This is harder. Yeah, that makes it a lot harder. For me, because I can't choose. Oops. I want to do. I can't choose the pattern. I would end up trying to single tap the entire time. Honestly? Oh, you can seed it at any time. Oh my gosh. Whoops. Okay, so now these are seeded. Oh, we could work on, so we can determine what the seeds are, and then you can repeat a pattern to do. Does it keep the seed if you just hit retry? Oh. Oh, I totally went back. I did the reverse order. Oh man. I'm constantly mixing the space bar up. Yep, just messed it up again. Just messed up again. That's not the space bar. I'm constantly hitting either left or right on a space bar. I think in my if I had a visual edit, I would have a different type of indicator for the space bar. Because based on whenever I see a space bar, I either hit the left note or the right note. Because it's a bar that appears on the chart. I wouldn't mind it being like a circle or something. Just an entirely different icon. Totally random is nuts. What if the left and right arrows instead? I mean, whatever distinguishes from the third bar, it doesn't really matter what it is, but if you make right and left arrows, that's a bigger change than changing one thing, pragmatically speaking. I mean, they added the color too, so there's that. Yep. And one downside in my or like for myself that I dislike is the spacebar is the least incorporated in the game, but it is the one that will end your play. You can regenerate health, but it requires a combo or a sugar rush. And it doesn't mean the chart could be just completely void of other notes. If it's spacebar, that's not considered a combo. Like, spacebars don't contribute to combos on the regeneration, at least not that I'm aware of. Spacebars are actually worth 0 points. But missing a space, well, yeah, it'll break combo. You need to combo to regenerate health. It's basically what I'm teaching. It's a self-help book. Sounds like a self-help book. I see. If there's anything I have to say about self-help books, careful, take a grain of salt, right? Extract the wisdom you want. So read with intent and extract and refine within the frameworks of your own habits, as opposed to trying to redefine by the book. Redefine yourself by what you read. It's just a disclaimer. I saw that late enter. I don't know why I entered late there. That was uncharacteristic. I think I did that before too. Oops. What do you mean by redefine yourself corny book? Self-help books are very provocative. They attempt to instruct in a very meaningful and an efficient way. But they are also, I mean, they have, you know, the person writing the self-help book can very well be a very seasoned veteran and like extremely experienced, but books are made, and self-help books tend to be books that have a very cohesive, directional objective, I guess, in conveying ideas and whatnot, and it can be very provocative and sensational to people. So individuals, when they read, they can be swept up by self-help books, and generally speaking, if one is very vulnerable, right? If you ask yourself, are you very vulnerable or seeking a lot of help, not necessarily like mentally and whatnot, that desperation can create in a almost too zealous overzealous like behavior towards a singular self-help book. So reading many self-help books can help it like develop a better perspective. on the self-help group of books. It's just something that can be a little bit, it's good to keep in mind. Like, they're very charming. Like, self-help books are very charismatic. I don't know if you ever read a book and imagine the author that you're reading, you know, the person. These self-help books, the author of them are likely, you can probably find online content of them, like doing interviews and stuff. Yeah. So they can be very, very provocative, but you want to integrate that into the framework of your life that you have now. Instead, it's generally discouraged to try to shape your entire life around the self-help book. It's kind of like when you take on a diet, right? Hey, your favorite celebrity is on a keto diet, and you try to redefine your life around your celebrity and the diet plan, as opposed to extracting what you find useful and pragmatic to integrate into your own identity. In what's common with the example I talked about that I just used with dieting and self-help book is you have to remember that you are part of a target audience that tends to be attracted to these books. So what are the potential pitfalls of the audience? Well, the advice that I'm giving, or the advice that I'm just not really like trying to be realistic about, is that self-help books, when you hear other people talk about them, and when you hear about other people talk and live by self-help books, often it comes from an emotional loyalty, because self-help books attracts desperation, and that's not a bad or a good thing. It's just there are people looking for help, right? But they don't necessarily want to go other methods, and it's a great alternative. But just keep in mind that you're when you're reading, or the people who read self-help books can be in a vulnerable position, and you want to hold on to your identity, right? Just make sure you still remember what you're doing, what makes you happy, like what makes you efficient and whatnot. So while you're reading that, you're primarily extracting the information in the perspective of yourself, not drop everything and hey, do these three steps and you'll be like me, or you'll be like the person in the book. That's more or less what I'm leaning towards. I still need to find out what those time, you know. I have no idea how I'm gonna get another CD from this. Maybe? Is 334? 334 combo? I feel like I'm gonna have to use a mod or something and seed the mod with like something I can play. We're only focusing on combo, so combo game, here we go. There's only one problematic area here. If we hit it, then we got the combo. If we don't, then rip. It's really late into the song too. Oh wait. I broke by hitting Sugar Rush. Dang it. That works. I could Sugar Rush that section. It's just a steady alternating thing. But I didn't want to risk it, but it hit Sugar Rush. I let one note through, unfortunately. You won't believe it. You want to guess my #1 issue with self-help books? Your #1 issue with self-help books? No, I don't have enough context or information. What is it? I don't have enough information to accurately know. Not putting it into practice. Does the self-help book ask you to put it into practice? I'm not entirely sure if I properly have read a self-help book. The stuff that I'm saying are very anecdotal from like other people. But does it ever offer instructions on how to put it into practice? Is it actualizing the information? So, give you an example. I got an example. Like, you know, the For Dummies series of books, like Internet for Dummies or Audio for Dummies. It comes off as more of an instruction manual, like a manual that gives you procedural steps to perform and then modify and then iterate further. Is that how self-help, like the self-help book that you're reading is being written like when you're reading it? Does it come off as that? They come with instructions? I see. Then I would definitely agree that checks out. I have no qualms with believing that one of your major issues with self-help book is probably putting it into practice. The reason why I say I'm not quite sure if I've read a self-help book is I can't see a book not helping the self. I guess I'll let you think about that for a moment, what I mean. I don't know if you want me to explain that further, but I can't see reading a book not being helpful in some way. Like, you can derive help and inspiration as long as you're actively looking for something when you're reading a book. Unfortunately, sometimes we just want to have a good time, right? And I understand. Look, like, reduce the effort, cruise along. This is exactly what the book says. So, I may or may not have thought about writing some of this stuff, but generally speaking, here's me. Here, I'll give you an example of me running away from responsibilities. All right. So I use the diffusion of responsibility It's literally called the diffusion of responsibility. I have like I tend to have an imposter syndrome, right? Where I do feel like I could write something that is relatively receptive and coincides with many popular theorists and practitioners and whatnot, right? I could publish something like that. However, I tell myself that if I can come up with such ideas and help in my own way, unintentionally, then there's got to be someone out there who have dedicated formally and professionally to it, and that would be the model that I would use to defer people. So generally speaking, that if I had to be really honest, if like I was talking to maybe a therapist or something, that could be seen as a diffusion of responsibility. As in, I am excusing myself from pursuing or being proactive because I rationalize that there are other people better at it, and I'm reasonably accepting of that. It's a little different story than what you hear when you're playing games and video games like this, where you would say, why bother practicing? I'll just go watch someone who's better than me. There's got to be someone who's better, right? That's the more dangerous type of self-defeating and self-deprecating type of personality. For me, what I'm saying is, I know this material. It's going to sound like other people's material, but the nice part about living in the world we live today is that there's someone who's doing it better, and that someone I can learn from, and so can everyone else. So each day is an adventure to find someone who's better at something than me, because that's an opportunity to extract all their hard-earned time, and I benefit from it. Like, that's like the story of my life in general. And that's what I mean by self-help as well. Movies are self-help. Anything you really do is self-help as long as it's active, because you can seek something from someone. So whenever you're reading a book, you can tell yourself, hey, you did not spend hundreds of hours making this book, but this person did. So they saved you the time to come up with this material that they spent so long curating. So now here's your opportunity to extract as much value out of their product that they spent years of their life cultivating, and you don't have to. That's how it works. So like and then what happens in general, in my opinion, when you have a perspective like that, which is like myself, right, is that you no longer compare yourself to someone else. You only compare yourself to yourself on how you can extract other people's experiences, who technically, by comparison, could be better than yours, but how you can extract their efforts to make you better than your previous self before you tackled the task. So with that perspective, when we have conversations, when I pick up a book, when I watch a movie, I'm doing that. I'm actively extracting what I could use. So a lot of times when you said like, this is exactly what the book says, I took that from somewhere. It came from somewhere. Unfortunately, I don't know where it came from, but it probably came from some author in an interview that was offering some self-help. It was somewhere. The downside of how I'm remembering things is I'm pretty poor at remembering strict details. I tend to rely on other people to find the strict details because the internet is present. So I don't encode strict details. Like, that's something that's mechanical. And I'm not saying it's inferior to how I'm doing it. It's a different type of operation. Remembering specific semantic knowledge, like, I make an effort and try, but it is secondary to the idea and the wisdom that is involved in it. So if I had to choose, if I can't remember someone's name, I choose to remember what they gave to the community. So like if I read a book, I choose to understand the book over remembering the author's name. I know that I'm going to try to remember both, but I think to me, it's a personal respect to at least prioritize understanding the product that this person has made, and then I can mechanically look for the person's name because it will provide enough details to look it up. And that's just pretty much everything I do most of the time. You're like a living example of a person who's done everything in the book. I don't think it's a coincidence, Joshing. I really don't think it's a coincidence. And I want to say that earlier I said don't try to shape your life around these things, like as a fair warning. However, it's not a coincidence. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. I'm gonna lean into that. But with that said, if you're not in line with the majority, which I don't think it's a coincidence, it's actually a really strong statistical corollary between the practices of individuals who are productive and successful and relatively stress managed and balanced. To make it sound like it's very provocative can mislead individuals to not find balances that work for them. So what I'm saying is it can start to sound like it's a one size fits all kind of thing. Yeah, there's the off chance it doesn't work for me, like, oh, my life is over. That's exactly it. Because if you're in a desperate situation and you are very down and you're looking for alternatives to try to make yourself feel better, make yourself happier with your life, I'm not going to use those words. Like, I hope the book is not using these words, like make yourself feel more successful. That's just tangential. It's superficial. Make yourself overall feel happy about your actions and your productivity, your own opinion about yourself. That's the goal, right? And having a one size fits all just because it's very statistically correlated, right? Not just mere coincidence. When you're really desperate, it could mean the world ends. Like, oh, I don't do any of this. It's like, if I have to be honest with myself, I can't do any of this. Am I screwed? So that's kind of the really negative side of thinking, reading a self-help book with the mindset of these are the answers. These are the answers that will help me turn my life around. And in a desperate situation, in an emotionally vulnerable state, you can go into a book, go into something like that, expecting that outcome. And it could be even more devastating when you discover you don't meet these requirements or you don't naturally do these things. So you read more. In my opinion, the more exposed you are, the better. But if I had to tell you the truth, I would tell you that your one self-help book, this might sound a little bit diminishing to people who write these books, but they overlap a lot their personal anecdotes and like approaches may vary a bit in like the style, like the flavor of the approach. But overall, once you get a like after you're done reading this book, if you read two more, they overlap a lot. Substantially, fundamentally, if you deconstruct them to their core foundations, I would say at least 70 to 80% of it overlaps. Pragmatically speaking, they will overlap. However, that 20% makes the biggest difference. Why, in my opinion, I'm just like ballparking, like the 20% is the personality of the person's writer. So the background of the person. So why someone could ask pragmatically, why read other self-help books then? Well, emotional empathy, like your empathy with the author, like the other 20% flavor, could motivate you. It could emotionally push you over an emotional barrier that enables you to do something. So if this self-help book, why read other self-help books, right? Exactly, is probably what a pragmatist would challenge. When you read, it's like, you're not quite resonating with this person's examples or anecdotes or the way the language feels. That's an incentive to read a different self-help book. The principles, it'll grind into your brain. You'll start collecting all the overlapping principles. Like if you drew a Venn diagram, there's a huge blob in the middle. It's like 80% overlap. But what you're really looking for now, intently, in my opinion, when you're reading a self-help book, is ask yourself, is the author like you? Like, do you resonate with the author? If you resonate with the author, perhaps some interviews can reinvigorate. It can elevate emotionally the value of those words. And that's priceless. That's like the GOAT, in my opinion. Like if you're reading self-help books to be pragmatic, like you're saying, man, I'm down on my, what can I do pragmatically to scientifically improve my performance? Well, all those self-help books, they're all relatively the same. But that's not enough, in my opinion. Viewing it pragmatically, you have to understand that if you're reading a self-help book now, you're emotionally unstable. You're emotionally vulnerable. And you're looking for an emotional bolster. And it's going to feel... It feels like it's a little easier to be done if the book you're reading is it's elevating your emotional state. Which tends to be like how well you resonate with the author. But I missed a few things though. Let me see. So you freeload on other people's expertise. I do. It's free for the taking. Public domain. They share it. I digest it, you know? All for the sake of what? Self-improvement? I want to say it's self-improvement, but I can't differentiate the difference between self-improvement and living. I think if I had to ask myself why I tend to extract as much information as I can from people, is it offers me the opportunity to help someone else. And that helps me build legacy. The most rewarding thing in my life, in my current age, is to build legacy. And the legacy is to use my abilities and aptitude to leave a lasting impression on individuals. It doesn't have to be like millions of people. I mean, like, I'm not thirsty for fandom or you know, that kind of thing. Just one person is sufficient, right? But that's what legacy is. And well, I'm obviously not in a relationship or starting a family at the very moment, so that's also legacy building, but I don't have access to that. So naturally, helping, instructing, educating, that leaves legacy too. It makes me feel alive. Self-improvement, maybe not so much, but it's coupled. So I do not habitually compartmentalize self-improvement, mental health, physical health, probably, mental and physical health, and legacy building. So those things are so coupled that I don't distinguish them being mutually separated anymore. So like if I'm going to bed, right? It's not a waste of time. It's constructively helping me rest to do my task better. Like, instead of compartmentalizing, which tends to happen a lot to help individuals who compartmentalize these kind of things, tend to want to stay focused on a reductive way of looking at their lives to keep it from overwhelming them. So if you're an individual that tends to be very overwhelmed with responsibility or a constant reminder of, you focus down, you focus on very specific aspects, and then that bleeds into all your mindsets as well. So how you improve yourself, how you derive pleasure, how you criticize yourself, it becomes very compartmentalized, very, very specific details. And that can save you, but it can also close you off. And for me, I'm like on the other end now. Like, in fact, sometimes it's very difficult for me to focus. So I am aware that I lose focus quite a bit. It's a trade-off. I practice one over the other quite substantially more. So it's fairly obvious that I would lack a lot more focus if I was comparing myself to another self that decided to behave differently. It's not about them being better, it's about you trying to extract something to make yourself. Yeah. In the end of the day, that is one of the things. I don't think okay, so let me get caught up. The book isn't giving me the answers, it's only giving me the questions I need to ask myself. That's very efficient. I like that. I like that approach. If I think back to this and the last two books I read, fundamentally it's about living with intention. Yes. I would have to say I have probably most of our conversations involve living with intention. You can just hammer the similar stuff into your head until it clicks. Possibly hammer the head, I guess. I need to search self-help authors until I find. I can't tell the difference between self-improvement and living. Yeah, you really don't. If you want to, for me, right? For me, to live is synonymous with self-improvement. Feeling alive also means improving over time. Like and it's very like when I get up to breathe, I'm still alive. It's an opportunity for improvement. It's an opportunity to gain new experiences. So generally speaking, every breath I take feels like a natural progression towards self-improvement. Obviously, I'm not saying that getting older means you're becoming more physically fit, right? So I realistically understand the bounds of biology, being a biologist myself. Yeah, I would say that if you were gonna do it like top down, if you're gonna take a top down approach to reading self-help books, finding an attractive author, like what I mean by an attractive author is an author that has a background story that resonates with you, that elevates a product emotionally beyond its pragmatic values. It creates investment. So for example, if you had a friend, right, it's the same like going to a concert. You know the person playing. If you're going to a concert and you know that person playing, it doesn't matter pragmatically if that person, it matters less. Sorry, it still matters. It's just it becomes secondary to your emotional investment of knowing the person on stage. You can still be rational enough to know that, yeah, your friend isn't like the best, but gosh darn it, you know that person. So all this is utilizing your emotions proactively. I don't know if that's in your self-help book or not, but understanding yourself and your motivations, you can use that. That, like, one of the strongest sources of motivation is your emotions. So if you intentionally and purposefully place yourself in situations that you are aware will aid you in your own personal motivations by utilizing your emotions, it's a lot of extra motivation. Like, individuals who get angry when they fail but know that it's the process of their most efficient way of self-improvement, they would continue to do that. And naturally, right? Naturally, if you think about it, a positive association in the end with a negative behavior, it still gets reinforced too. Ideally, a positive meets a positive tends to work out a little bit better, like a positive motivational source leading to a positive outcome is a little bit more consistent and maybe sustainable. However, even negative behaviors that are associated with positive outcomes get reinforced. Like, great example, challenging games. I'm still staring at this level that I'm probably not going to combo today. But if there's a great example about the current trend of video games, is that people love to hate to challenge them for self-improvement. I obviously don't agree, but it is one of the ways. I can engage in it, so I can do the same. But it's not the only way to self-improve. Like, not even close. There are so many more methods to optimize, like, to use, and you can switch it up. You're not reliant on a singular method when you diversify. About trying to improve and enjoying it rather than achieving. Yes. Honestly, that's encouraged. Depending on your mindset. Again, this is, you have to ask yourself what your motivations are. Like, I do like achievements and whatnot and achieving things. They're not compartmentalized for me. Improving and achieving something is a natural outcome. For me, it's a natural outcome of self-improvement. So whether it's there or not, it's not dependent. Self-improvement comes first. So if I achieve something in the process, that's great. That's extra. I think there's a fundamental one hot take. I'll give a hot take here. Here's a hot take. And I don't know if any self-help book done this yet. Take out a piece of paper, or like unfold a mental piece of paper in your head. If you don't want to pick up a pencil and start writing, that's fine. Or put up a word processor or type to yourself. Make a list of what has to happen for you to feel like you're rewarded. Okay? All right? Make a list, and you have to be honest. You have to be as detailed as possible, right? That sounds like a lot of effort, but this is a bottom top approach, okay? Sort of. Bottom up approach. Write as many things that is necessary that makes you feel happy or rewarded. Any you can narrow down or something. All right? One goal that makes someone very consistently happy is that when you write that list, you can see a pattern to form. There are various characteristics. How long the list is, how short the list is. I'm not entirely sure if these are accurate or not, but a long list means it means that you're extremely demanding, right? Demanding, so a lot of things have to happen. However, you can also view it as a lot of opportunities to find different sources of reward. If you have a short list, it will tell you that you probably need to expand the list. However, that short list, that very one thing, will help you focus on how to diversify from that one thing. And then there's specifics and general. If most of your things feel like it's very general, and let's say same similar list length, right? Same similar length. We're not going to talk about like short general or long general. Maybe that's a lot of permutation. But say similar list size, but if one is very specific, then your goal is to generalize. Like this is for someone who's like possibly unhappy at the moment, right? You're trying to create changes. So when you have very specific rewarded aspects, try to generalize all those reward sources. And then when if it's awfully specific, awfully general, try to specify it, try to narrow it down, and then use those as way to make yourself dynamic, right? You're trying to encourage yourself to use a framework you already understand, and you're trying to deviate slowly away from it just to produce some consistency. Generally, this don't really work very well. There is a disclaimer. If you think you're a very healthy individual, you wouldn't, to me, if I had to guess, there wouldn't be very startling patterns. Like you wouldn't, when you look at your list, it's not quite, you wouldn't feel like it's quite short or quite long, and you wouldn't feel like anything is awfully specific or general. That just means that you have an incredible like a range of sources of feeling reward and self-satisfaction. If you feel like it's awfully at an extreme end, generally speaking, super selective, so short, super indecisive, very, very long, and then specifics go with shortness, and general go with long, typically. And that's when you want to normalize it a little bit. Like, if you're too specific, go towards general. If you're too general, go towards specific. It'll change an environment. It'll change your mindset a little. It'll make it more like a game. Like, it'll give you a task to try to do. And that's as specific as I can get. It sounds very general, but that's just how in my opinion, that's how self-help is in general. Because you would really, really need to go see a therapist who has intimate, personal information about a person to be any more specific about these things. Or a really close friend. And obviously we are not, we do not know that, we do not have that level. So it sounds very general and very nebulous because that's generally the nature of it when you have no personal information. Me deflecting every single self-help exercise and complaining about not practicing when I learn, so I'm supposed to be writing a list. I'm so into this I can't even write the list. You gotta You got to be more specific then. And since you're asking me questions like activities or goals, the thing is you're trying to lower the barrier to, like, I know you just said you can't write the list, but the idea is to lower the barrier to write the list. Often just writing something in general gives you intent. You have to tell yourself to intently write something. I think self-help number one, the biggest probably core to every self-help book is what you already said earlier. Active participation in life. I know most people would say with intention, but active participation is the phrase that I've used most often. Actively do something. It doesn't mean you can't just passively enjoy things. If you're healthy and happy and like balanced already, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you're doing now is fine, like passively, actively. But if you're in a place that's spiraling and like declining, you have to become active in order to make an intentional change. It could get worse, so it'd be super safe. Generally prepare yourself to potentially get worse before getting better. It can happen. Or things you try can make you feel worse. So I that's not a great way to sell a self-help book. But it's worth mentioning that realistically there will be ups and downs when applying changes to your life. I'm not sure if authors give you give a disclaimer. Oh, it does say that? Okay. Fair enough. Good. I'm glad all this stuff overlaps with everyone. Again, maybe that's interesting. I might read as an interesting social experiment. I could read the self-help book that you're reading. I could see what it's like. I honestly haven't ever picked up a specific self-help book before. Because education in general is self-helping. Instruct is unclear. Can you? Yeah. Anyways, that's a good digression. Think Like a Monk by Jay Shetty. Interesting. Think Like a. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Oh my gosh, is this the guy that talks about monk mode? Like, is the phrase monk mode in this book? There are several people in the self-help sphere that popularized a term called monk mode. And I'm not saying the author itself is perpetuating it, but there's a lot of influencers who have now called it a monk mode. It says monkey mind and monk mind, but not monk mode. Okay. Monkey mind? You mean like monk-like mind? Did you just call it? Did you just... Listen, Josh. Monkey is a thing. Okay, no. I know what is the untrained mind. Oh, I see. If you're curious of what I mean, YouTube, and then type in monk mode, and they probably read that book or like various books that dealt with the monk lifestyle. Yeah, no, it's sensationalism. Joshing, what's a good example? Yeah, it is sage mode. And no. You're still, it's still fine. The point is still being made. I mean, a sage is I'm very much a secluded person that is wise. So like, you know, a hermit, sage, monk. We get the gist, you know. It's a thing. It's a thing, Joshing. So if you're curious, I'm pretty sure most of the influencers are collectively using the same terminology, but making it a little bit more exciting. Like engage monk mode. It's a little cringe to me, like personally, if I had to. But I've said cringe things, right? So, like or like cringe as in like awfully verbose or something. Like for me, living with intent, often that is too nebulous. It's like really that's not descriptive enough. So I usually use the word active participation, the phrase active participation, or procedural mindset. A procedural mindset is extremely healthy, and it's basically one and the same of active participation. So for example, telling yourself to read one chapter each day, and then telling me a 1-sentence summary of what that chapter said can be described in 2 or 3 steps. You could go even further and say, all right, how do I do that? A chapter is figure out how long. Step 1, figure out how long the average chapter is in your book. How many, and then 2, how many average main ideas you can have. So your first step is to use chapter 1 as an example, right? Then the second step, write the various main ideas. Next step would be to reduce it, like integrate the main ideas to half the ideas. So like combine the ideas. And then the last step would be to pick your favorite idea that resonates most. And then your last step would be to tell me. Those are all procedural. That's a procedural intent. Like that creates intent. Just a procedural mindset. And then when you do it, you're actively participating. You have challenged yourself to minimally do a task that is not asked of anyone. But if you did not remember anything, you read whatever you did, right? At least you're going to complete a task. And completing that task actively, and always keeping that in mind, and obligating yourself to someone. It doesn't have to be me. I was just making an example. To something, or maybe even a journal, or like needing to write it down. That creates active participation. That's what living with intent is. Like, and it's a little bit different from hoping something happens. Okay, so you're not hoping for something happens. You're doing the thing. That's so. For example, in this game today, right? I got on. I'm hoping to improve. But my task that I'm telling myself is I must play a specific minimum number of time and complete a specific number of tasks I've already assigned to myself. The hope is still there for sure, but that is a passive thing that you do. You hope something happens to you without understanding why it happens to you or how it happens to you. So when you're watching Osu streamer, when they get on Osu and they're practicing, they're constantly saying, my goal is I hope I get a play.
That is passive participation. Like, you might be thinking, but they're actively practicing and stuff. It's like, they're passively practicing. They're passively practicing in a hope that somehow they get a play. They're not actualizing it. Like, how does this practice lead to a play? It just does. Like, well, then you won't remember any of it. Like, you would generally, it will just fly by. You'll spend 10 days practicing and say, hey, I got a score. All right, off to the next score. Can you reproduce it? You can't. You decided not to compartmentalize. You decide not to take observations. You did not even inherently ask yourself what you were doing. You've recorded absolutely nothing, both physically and in your head, probably. So you're expecting to be able to reproduce this? You probably can. I kid you not. That's how most people, like, what I mean is healthy individuals can do it. Like, healthy individuals. But if you're not healthy, right? If you're not healthy with this lifestyle, that type of passive thing, you're not going to end up, it's not self-sufficient. Because you can't reproduce it consistently. If you're already on the downhill, it means you're not getting enough healthy, positive stimuli with your behavior. So constantly repeating the same thing isn't going to get you an improvement. Healthy just means unsustainable. So I get on with intent. Absolute intent. Like this right now, if you think that me pausing here and not playing this game, this happens a lot where when someone says like, oh, you know, thanks for taking out your time to play games, like that was not even my intent. Like this is the meta of the meta. Like this is the meta game of my meta game. I am playing a game with the intent of having the option to engage in a discussion. That task already supersedes why I'm on Twitch streaming a game already. You might be saying, well, that sounds kind of familiar. That sounds like those kids who get on stream and say like, oh, it's fun, you know, it doesn't matter if no one interacts with me, but I just want to share my experience with people and, you know, hope to chat it up. It feels great. It's like, that's passive. They didn't describe what they're going to do when they engage to a person. They didn't think like why they want to engage with a person. What are they getting from the person? What are they offering to the person? There's no activeness in it. They're just hoping it will happen. So when you get online, when you get on stream, all the stuff I'm saying right now in this very discussion I've already prepared over like so many years. So I'm not saying like have anxiety, blanking stare, make some funny noises, say something non-constructive. No, I'm doing those deliberately because I have already rehearsed this. It's happened already. So I can pause, gather the ideas, everything's rehearsed. And you'll probably know when I'm improvising, because if you're kind of like me where you rehearse everything and start planning everything out, there are other skills that become underdeveloped, and that's improvisation. Things like pretending to know something you don't. I can't do stuff like that. Like bluffing. Bluffing is an underdeveloped skill. I'm very terrible at bluffing because the nature of what I do does not inherently make me a frequent bluffer. And that goes with joking too, because joking involves a bit of a bluff. Very close. I'm not distracting you from the game. Joke's on me. I'm the one who's furthering your goal. Yeah, that's more or less it. I rehearse things and then proceed to win. Well, here's the thing, right? Have you tried not rehearsing something and winging it and comparing it. So give yourself a task, right? Rehearse something, wing it, and then don't rehearse something and wing it. And ask yourself if you overall feel better or worse than not doing. You might have an associated pattern where you might think, oh, rehearsing didn't mean anything to you, but it's hard to know if you haven't compared it yet. So it would be an interesting question. Rehearse something, wing it, then don't rehearse something, wing it, compare, and you might, here are some outcomes. Here are some outcomes that you might find. Turns out when you wing it, it's pretty, it's pretty based. Like it somehow is better, even though it feels like you didn't remember anything you rehearsed, right? But what you can learn from that is, hey, you're going to rehearse it anyways, and you already know you're going to wing it, but at least you have reason to believe that rehearsing it offers something productive. Otherwise, pragmatically speaking, if you're going to wing it anyways, why rehearse it, right? You can replace it with a different process so that you can optimize your time for it. Rehearsing is just a method for me to bring my mindset to the right place for that so I can wing it effectively. It could be. You don't know. Well, like, I don't know. I'm not sure if you know enough. You have to actively, active participation. There's also an extension of active participation. And that's intent. That's not the word. Deliberate rehearsal. I use the word rehearse a lot, but deliberate rehearsal. It's more like a review. So from time to time, I would review things. I would just grab something and review it. Fundamentals, bottom up approach. Like, I don't know, once a month, I would ask myself, I do this all the time. Should I change it? Like, okay, well, let's go over what I do for the last month and then reevaluate. That's a better word. I like the word reevaluate better. Periodic reevaluation. I don't, if I had to be bold, rarely do people who are narcissistic, who are very comfortable with their skill set, exercise periodic reevaluation of themselves. It's not a bad or a good thing. Depending, there's some jobs out there and some situations that work really well avoiding this. But what periodic reevaluation helps with is to review and remind yourself where you started. So what I mean is, as you become, like, say your skill level's here, and then one day you're just going to clock really high. The longer you spend further away from where you started, the less you're going to be able to evaluate yourself from where you started. So if you spend all your time, your mindset up here, and you don't ever reevaluate, as in remind yourself constantly where you started, your range is gonna shrink. What I mean is your perception of yourself is gonna shrink. What happens is you become less tolerable, and to yourself and to everyone else, and you're gonna lose empathy to anyone who's not within your range. So when you become a specialist, your tolerance would be like so minor. So to the point where if you are having struggles starting something new, right? A new skill, start over, grab another notebook, start a new project, you are creating that situation with yourself. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is, it's it's for better or for worse, for better or for worse, or however, or indifferent. Periodic reevaluation helps ground you more. It's some a lot of times this periodic evaluation, the thing that I'm talking about tends to be in the context of bullying and tolerance or intolerance rather. So when like an expert of anything like backflips, a backflip expert, uh, and sees an amateur trying to do backflips, the the reaction and body language and like response of that specialist can really reveal how often they periodically reevaluate themselves. And it may be healthy and sustainable if you're really, really lucky, like a person that, I don't know, doesn't age and peaks forever, or they happen to have a job or skill that just doesn't depreciate over time. I'm going to be honest. I would encourage people to win the lottery than live like that. Like if you really want a behavioral, if someone is encouraging you to have that type of behavioral aspect, dude, just buy a lottery ticket and know that you will win. That's what you're doing, in my opinion. Like pragmatically speaking, statistically and all that, if you have that type of mindset, I hope you're a lottery winner and you can continue to stay happy. The last thing I want to do, in my opinion, is hope those people are miserable. Like, what I mean is, they're going to end up eventually non-sustainably miserable. And I don't want them to be miserable to say, I told you so. But statistically, you have to remain grounded. It's very highly encouraged. So, a lot of times, reevaluation. So every month, actually, I do this every year. Like December at the end, I reflect. I reflect on my year. Like, actually, I do this at the end of like every 3 months, where I reevaluate, ground myself, and just continue on. And I guess there are benefits. I'm not sure if I'm gonna call these benefits, or we're not. There are things that happen with this. There are behaviors that you get. You don't regularly overestimate yourself or underestimate yourself, right? You are less likely. Well, okay, so human condition. Typically, the desired effect leads to an overcompensation. So, I think that's the phrasing. So, for example, if you are going to do something that you have practice, there is a tendency to overestimate. When you do something that you are not practiced in, there's going to be a tendency to underestimate. That range of overestimating and underestimating becomes a bit more accurate as you continue to self-reflect periodically. So it doesn't end up putting you in a position habitually, like you don't even have to think about it in general. It will just happen naturally as a process of reevaluating yourself all the time. You won't engage, you won't overreach as frequently, like crazy overreach. That's usually what happens. People overreach and they become overwhelmed. Things start cascading. That's the worst case scenario, by the way. It doesn't have to happen in that order, and it's not guaranteed to happen in that order. Generally, when something starts falling apart, there's resistance, and then people fix. Like, it doesn't start crumbling all the time. And then when you underestimate, you sell yourself short. Now, what you have shared with me lately, Josh, is more this end, where your bottom line is so low that you have not overcome the understanding that you can probably do a lot of things, but you have underestimated yourself, grossly underestimated yourself. It's both. It's both. It's a combination of both, but I think there's a driver in here. You have a vast underestimation of effort. And I don't know what you're more receptive to, but one thing I can tell you is that you're not underestimating yourself. In my opinion, you're not underestimating yourself based on how committed you are, like how much effort you can put forth. You are underestimating how difficult a situation is, the situation you are in as well. So that might be a silver lining. It might be a formal challenge, but you are in a situation that's far harder than getting better at Osu. Like, for example, like Osu is trivial compared to, like, so it's a double whammy. You have an underestimation of your capacity, in my opinion. Just take this lightly. I don't want to sound too, like, fatalist. You're underestimating how much effort you can muster, but you are also underestimating how difficult it is, how much effort it takes to get out of a situation you are in, like in the mental loop or situation you are in. So one is kind of a good thing if you look at a silver lining. One's like a silver lining, but the other one is like an underappreciation. It's when someone starts reading self-help books, they start looking to diet, looking desperately for like physical health and trying to find mental state. That's a really big pit. Like, generally speaking, a big pit would be someone having an off day and felt crummy for 2 months. It sounds like you've been crummy for years. That's a really, really deep pit. So you're grossly underestimating how difficult of a situation you're in. That make you sound like, some people might make it sound like, oh yeah, I'm up for the challenge then. Like, it might not help, right? So for your case, in my opinion, how much I know about you from sharing, which isn't very much, so keep that in mind. Hearing that it's probably going to discourage you more, but at least you can be aware of it. That's usually my go-to. I prefer saying it and then letting the person choose, but often there's a double edge. When someone doesn't want to hear it, sometimes ignorance is bliss, right? Like, if you don't tell them how much of an uphill battle they have, they can continue to focus on improvement. Others, a great archetype would be, I tell them like, hey, this is really hard. And say, oh yeah? Oh, so it's not easy. It's really hard. Now I'm excited. Like, I want to beat the odds, right? Someone like Sun would be a great example. If you tell him like, you can't do this, it's just overwhelming, he would step up. So, but your personality strikes me as something like probably some positive motivation, a little balance between not dire and encouraging. But I do have to say, the stuff that you're sharing, it's a really deep pit. Like, someone can have a bad day, but they don't usually have bad years. They can have bad weeks, maybe even a bad month. And often it's something inflicted upon them. your thing that you're looking for is self-inflicted. And you might you might think it's reasonable. I will say I agree with you that people rejecting you for a job, for example, right? People rejecting you for a job, that's kind of on them too. Yes, agreed. But I don't think they're the biggest critic. I think you're your worst critic. So, there's no amount of things like me or my friends who've gone through like jobs and stuff can tell you like the no matter how much we're gonna tell you saying like it's a job, you get rejected from a lot, you get accepted to a few, and that's the natural order of things. But it doesn't it's being insensitive to how harshly you take rejection. So if there's any silver lining to this is being aware that you take rejection very, very heavily, maybe overestimatingly heavily. You could try to find diversify skills that can help blunt that devastation. Like it's I'm not. You have to have a professional tell you that though. Like in my tangential amateurish way, I would say one of the leading sources that you have shared with me, the thing that you're willing to share that's repeatable, is the extraordinary extent of negative feelings you have associated with the interpretation of your failure. So like when you fail something, it is so much more dramatic and a source of negativity than hundreds of people that I have talked to over the years. So if that can help you understand that your shortcomings and stuff is not unique, but it's unique in your head, that's the closest thing I can get. Like, you are making your failures. Like, to me, this is like gaslighting and it's victim blaming. So you want to be careful. I'm not trying to blame you or being victim. It can be interpreted this way, where your failures are really detrimental somehow. You're in a mindset that you cannot tolerate this. You can't hold on to this. You can't overcome these things. They're just piling up. And the stuff you're describing, right? The stuff you're describing statistically happens. That feeling happens to me, to so many people on a daily basis. But for us, or for the other people, we found ways to tolerate, to renegotiate how we feel about it. But yours is just piling up. It's not like fading, like it just gets bigger and bigger. And I don't think there's one time that we've ever had a conversation where you didn't kind of sell yourself short, like immediately, as a joke, self-deprecation. I get it, humor is great, but there's this like really nuance between a comedian who knows they're intentionally self-deprecating, and then there is someone who's self-deprecating to really actually project. So you're projecting, in my opinion, you're projecting your dissatisfaction with yourself. You're not intentionally using humor to show how secure you are. So when I take a joke and when I try to joke, I guess, well, like this, like when I try to joke, I'm using it as a way to show vulnerability intentionally because I know it to be true, or accurate, but I'm not projecting my dissatisfaction. I'm not dissatisfied that I'm terrible at jokes. While on the other hand, it sounds like you are. Like, it feels that way. So when you joke about something, no, it's actually, it sounds pretty bad. It sounds like you're upset. It's like, you can feel it. I can read that, how consistent it is. An individual who is using self-deprecating humor typically use it in a way that doesn't hurt themselves or constantly remind themselves. So it's almost to the point where every joke you make is constantly bringing back the same terrible feelings that you have. And now you've done it so long. This is overreaching. I'm overreaching now, but now you've done it so long, you don't have other coping mechanism. Like, this coping mechanism is so passive, so habitual that it is effortless to do this, right? It takes effort to make more coping mechanisms or to gain more coping mechanisms. So you have constantly now relied on a coping mechanism that's probably making you feel worse, if I had to be bold. Just some... These are just things to think about. These are things you could think about to look for an answer in your self-help book. Like, Josh, like, what I just said, if anything is interesting, the challenge here is go find an answer in your self-help book. Address some of it. Like, try to find in your self-help book how you can create humor that prevents you from projecting onto yourself. Like, just like projecting from your negative feelings. Maybe the self-help book has something. If it doesn't, okay, here's the thing. When you're living intently and you're actively doing something, the task you are doing can be completed. It doesn't have to yield a result. Okay? So that is that's a minor, some people might think that's a minor difference, but it makes all the difference. You're tasking yourself to do a task, irregardless of the result. So the challenge that you could take up the challenge that I just said haphazardly. I'm not suggesting you should or should not. If you do, you're looking to see if it does or doesn't. So like, if your self-help book doesn't have an answer, it's not a failure. You completed the task. It's just you now know this person doesn't focus on this topic. You could even expand that. It's like, okay, well, I didn't find a way about humor as a projection of self. Why is that? Why does this author not do that? Okay, well, let's go and look for an author that does. Those are all active things, like, that come from a single active thing, right? So when you become active, you'll ask yourself more questions and it'll keep you busy. It'll make you very rewarding, and it gives you a purpose. Purposeful, intent tends to come with purpose. So purposeful participation. You get up, like, heck, some days to me, I don't think this is a great thing, but to me, I feel like you can also be too purposeful. Not that I'm saying moderation, right? Sometimes you can lose sleep if you're too purposeful, but it doesn't seem like that's your case here. But just challenge yourself to do something. Not like, it doesn't have to be challenging. Okay. It doesn't have to be impossible. Okay? Like, what I mean is, I don't know, doing a no-hit run in Dark Souls or something. That's a challenge. It's a different mindset. That's using difficulty as a form of reward. Again, that crazy crazy guy who's always in their peak and always young forever. That's that guy. In fact, if you probably see a lot of people nowadays when you talk about here's a healthy streamer. Like here's a great example of a healthy person. Someone pops in and it's like, "What diff is this that you're playing?" And then this very influential streamer, who I've mentioned a bunch of times, his first reply is, "Well, I'm playing on this diff because the other diff, it doesn't offer anything that interests me. It's like, I don't want things to be hard for the sake of being hard." That's a great reflection. That's something that shows that they have more ways to be rewarded. Now, the person who asks what diff this is, they are more likely to be the person that derives from a very narrow range of rewards. Who's going to end up overall more happier, successful, productive, and influential? The person that has more options, not the person that asks. So, what's the flip side? Streamer gets on, playing highest difficulty, and then someone comes in and is like, "So, how's it going?" And then they're like, "Oh, this game's just frustratingly hard because apparently the hard difficulty it's just a bump. It's not even interesting. It's just a bump." Like, well, why are you doing it? It's like, it's the only way that matters. Non-sustainable. Just absolutely non-sustainable. So, what type... That person, you might be thinking, okay, well, that's just video games, right? This person is like, it's harmless. It's just video games. Is it though? Ask yourself, if you spend over 75%, if you spend over 75% of your time exercising a mindset, it is unrealistic and absolutely naive to think that it doesn't impact all your other decision making. So when someone tells me, "Oh, don't worry, I won't think like that when it comes to important decisions," like, no, I'm gonna call your bluff there. It will probably impact your important decisions. In fact, when a mindset that you have in an activity that consumes the vast majority of your time, you don't even process that anymore. Like, generally speaking, it almost becomes innate. Like, active participants in life are rare. They are fewer. You're trying to strive to be more like the non-coincidental people. But generally speaking, there's a lot of passive learning, passive observations, habitual compulsions that you created by exercising a mindset. It's not your fault. It's not necessarily only your fault. It's like, it's a really big complex interaction. So when you keep saying like, "I can't like this game because I can't be good at it," it's like, don't worry, like, you're playing a video game. It's not a big deal. It's like, I will be different when it comes to other things. I know. That's being naive. The next thing you'll know, you're gonna be toxic to your significant other because they're not good enough for you. It bleeds into everything you do. You have to write down on a list and ask yourself, what do you do the days, right? Your days, right? Break down your days. It's a lot of effort, of course. Break down your days, and the things, the behavior and activity that you do most of the time, the stuff that's associated with that is going to have the biggest influence. So if you spend most of your time on Twitch, right? Like, if you're conversing most of your time on Twitch, ask yourself, how are you conversing on Twitch? If the first thing you say is, "I wish I was better," and that is like 90% of your Twitch's introduction, you gotta take a note of that. You gotta start thinking, wait, how does that perspective affect everything else I'm doing, right? And some people, I've been challenged before, and obviously I've been right and wrong. I never say I'm right or wrong and can predict the future. I'm just using statistics to deduce the likelihood. Some people would say like, oh, you can't learn that much about a person. Like, I would say, well, you can't, but you can certainly learn more than passively listening to someone. So, for example, when someone says, well, why does it matter? It's just words. Like, if I say it's okay, instead of saying, oh, it's okay because I did so and so with X, Y, Z, how's that any different? But it is. It's dramatically different. You can derive so much information from someone who's willing to add more detail and someone who's being general. It's not worse or better. We're not comparing what is better or what is worse. Saying less says a lot of things. Saying a lot says a lot of things too. If you're actively looking at it, if you're actively confirming, you might be thinking, well, you're just profiling and stereotyping. It's like, yes, I am. That's what you do. You're deducing things. But am I discriminating based on it? No, I'm not. Because the moment I ask and it's not what I thought, then I know the truth. And if you're wondering, well, stereotyping is wrong because you're going to act on presumptions, you're going to assume, right? And I just used the correct word. But what most people would think is, oh, well, if you're relying on statistics and profiling and deducing, you're going to assume. But you're presuming, and then you're going to verify that. Oh, yeah, no worries. We can talk about this another time. I'm kind of like heading off after this. But yeah. What do you mean you really got to go? Like to the bathroom? That too? Oh, okay. Okay, so you got to go, right? So we'll just hang it up here. It was pretty good chat. I just hope that something comes of it. It's hard. It's really hard. I'm not gonna tell you it's easy. I don't think it's. I mean, I gotta get ready. I have a call with some. Oh yeah, all right, cool. Oh, oh, good luck, good luck, good luck. Best of luck. I hope it turns up. Like, I know I just said don't hope for things, but wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. It's not bad or good to be wishful thinking. Just do it. And yeah, you can feel free to tell me what happens after. It's all up. All right. No, there isn't. But some people might say otherwise, So it's all the above. We're not you don't have to, the choices. When someone says wishful thinking is bad, they're saying not wishful thinking versus wishful thinking. Both. Just have wishful thinking and pragmatism at the same time. You're a human being. Let's not be binary here. You can do all of the above. You have choices. You don't have to pick one or the other. Just saying. Anyways, that's last thing. There's only the reaction to when you don't get that's Josh, that's we'll talk about that next time, I guess, if you want. What you just said, you just did it again. You're so consistent with that type of line of thought. Anyways, it was a good chat. Thanks for sharing. Maybe you can teach me something about self-help. Like that would be great. Like try to find something that's self-help book that I might not know and then share it with me. I would love that. So I'll let you get to reading and stuff. I'm probably gonna try a few more tracks for like 45 minutes. All right. Oh no. Good thing you don't have to be warm for this game. I don't know a lot of things, Josh. That's the best part about living. There's so many things to learn. I don't know a lot of things that you're gonna teach me. So when you teach me something, it'll be different from what I'm reading myself, right? Yeah, there you go. There you go. The lesson here is it's coming from you. That's different already. There's gonna be no other person in the world that can tell me something from your perspective, right? So if that helps with the value of your self-esteem. Anyways, go. Good chat. I'm just gonna practice triples the entire time. Let's do this for 30 minutes. Head off. Why is this so hard? Oh. Freaking coffers. Dang it. Dang it. Dang you. Ah, I was doing so well too. Alright, new combo. Wait, did I always have 1 star on this? Uh. Dang it. Oh no. Uh. You know. How far does this go when you shuffle? We need to shuffle because the space bar is pretty bad. I almost, even at that slow speed, I almost messed up on mistaking the space bar. All right. Let's try it on a different one. We're gonna try to normalize seeing the space bar. For tomorrow. Just finish. Well, that's good. Oh my gosh, I confused the keys already. Yep. And oh, I keep. Oh man. Hold up. I keep using my right hand for the red button, actually. I keep mistaking the right note for my space bar. Weird. Like the way the game had it originally. This song reminds me of a Hyper Potion song. I almost misread that. Apparently, Hogwarts Legacy performances greatly after the when you enter the. Yep. Yeah, I heard about that. You did all right for yourself, though. All things considered. Alright, randomizer. We're gonna burn it into our memory. Burn it into our brain. Spacebar. Oh my gosh. Double tapping space bars. I'm really early. Man, this song is actually really long. Oops. All right. I'm feeling it. Sorry, over exaggeration. Oh wait. Shuffling could get you more. Wait, can shuffling give you more combo? I don't know. Maybe that's a thing. I'm not sure. But no matter what, we're so deficient on spacebar anyways. So. Dude, the fights last so much longer because there's so many more dodges. Holy! Okay. Oh my gosh, you butthead. I can't process that right now. Game, please. Songs are so much longer with a randomizer because your progress down the song is also affected by how many dodges. Like dodges don't advance the advanced sprout. Or maybe that's just my imagination. Maybe not. I could just be making. Oh no. This one is rough because the things come fast. Like they're fast in succession. So I can't do weaving in the third button yet. Yep. Oh, I did it backwards. Oh, that's backwards. Just be perfect. You be perfect. Holy. I just can't integrate it. I keep doing it backwards. Ugh. Oh. Oops. Uh. Oops. Holy. Wait, you're back? Oh, now you're like waiting for the call. I see. Digest, relax, or panic. You know, whatever works. All right, now we're gonna shuffle again. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Learn the randomizer life. I keep doing it. Oh, I did it backwards. I did it backwards again. Oh my. Oh, interesting. Looks mirrored? Oh no, it's not mirrored. It's just random. The patterns are random patterns now. Seeded random patterns. Oh, I almost got it. Oops. Oops. Oh, that's not, those are not the buttons. Oh my, okay. Oops. Ooh, I popped off near the end. Ooh. That's pretty good. I got the spacebar thing delegated a little bit better there. I was just thinking, I read my own CV and recall the most points I need to know. The real struggle. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this game as a randomizer. Oops. This game has a randomizer, Josh, and there are two types of randomizers. Totally random is absolutely toxic. So it's it basically is how OSU standard mappers map. So basically every beat just gets whatever random input. So you could get like crazy pentas. Like imagine your burst, you know, like imagine you're streaming, right? But it has a pattern to it. It has a rhythm pattern to it, or like random patterns, like left, 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 right, right, left, spacebar, left, right, all in like one string. Like no, like triples aren't left, right, left. It could be like, or like pentas could be like right, right, left, right, right, and then followed by a left, right, right. Total random, totally random. So it's basically like OSU mapping, where the game treats the inputs as non-negotiable, not distinctive at all. So like a triple shouldn't be right, left, right. It doesn't have to be that kind of thing. Or like sometimes there's like right, right, left and stuff. But when it gets longer, like the longer strings, they just get crazy, and I can't do it. So, but this game also has shuffle. I know, like, if you play OSU Mania enough, it wouldn't matter. You know, like, OSU Mania, sure, yeah, I get it. But I'm not an OSU Mania player. I'm not a Mania player, so I don't have reflexes like that at the moment. They have another randomizer. It's called Shuffle. And they have seeded sequences. So each song, like, this game, for its price and for its indie, they decided to create, you know, the music that they compose is modular in a way. It has phrasing, so they have different seeds, and you can manually change the seeds, or you can just shuffle the seeds, and then those are patterns that are contained with that phrase that meets the phrasing of the song, so you can just shuffle them. So that's what I'm doing to expose myself to yep, exactly. You know, I'm kind of curious what happens if you put them like, what if you just start at 0? What happens if you input like the seed 0, 0, 0? Is that like the original? No? I mean, it's kind of like the same. Oh no, this is the original. The original doesn't even have... Check this out. The original in this game doesn't even have it might have like 4 or 5 space bars. Oops. Let's not talk about it. I immediately press the space bar. Yeah, they don't have space bars. Aww. That's how you message it. No, you have to dodge all of them. No, you have to hit all of them. Breaks combo. So when randomizer really makes the song really long too. Oh. What do you mean by you meant? Oh yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. This is what I mean by the game is thematic. It's like a rhythm dominant game where like the cues and stuff, all the charts are cleverly mapped. Like, you know, they're thematically mapped. It's rhythm dominant. So and then you still have randomizers, so you can still play the game like it's more like beat recognizing the beat as opposed to worrying about the rhythm. When I mean by rhythm, here's one of the downsides, right? I'm using my keyboard, one button. This is the space bar, right? Like for that dodge, I'm using the down arrow, but they're on blue switches. My keyboard has blue switches, and I'm using the 2 keypad that has red switches for the other buttons. So the weird thing is when the spacebar is in like a triple or is in the same cadence as the left and right notes, I have to remember that my right hand's input delay is different from my left hand's. So I have to like tap the dodge button earlier than I would on my left hand. So it makes things a little weird, especially when you have like triples. Like when you do a triple with a 3, so everything's so confusing. And I can't use my keyboard to tap because it's blue switches. So I can't just like use, I don't know. It's a lot of mess. It's all Osu's fault. Don't worry. Bad habits from Osu. Rip. Whoops. Whoops. I hear the burp now. I know what you mean. I didn't realize that was a burp. Cardio time, call time, I disappear. Alright, fair enough. Reminds me of when I attempted mouse click and keyboard. Oh yeah. Try with the DDR map? I don't have a DDR map. Actually, I lied. I do have a DDR map. More accurately, my sister left the DDR mat here. Well, can't talk and do this at the same time. Rip. I did it backwards. I keep wanting to hit keys backwards in the reverse order. Whoops. Oh, that's not the right. Did it backwards. Problems. Lots and lots of problems. Oops. Oops. Oh. Oh. Uh. Oh, I did it in a reverse. How does this compare to other games? Like the... It's different. What do you mean? What do you want to compare it to? Like, how do you want to compare it to? How much is Dance of Fire and Ice actually? Like in terms of gameplay, or is that too generic? The gameplay is sufficient. It's the same as Fire and Ice and Osu and all of them. Super responsive. Yeah. When it comes to rhythm games, gameplay just comes down to how responsive it is. And if the UI is clean. It's a very clean UI. Fire and Ice, fairly clean UI too. I see. Yeah, like in term when it comes to I guess music games, we're gonna call them music games. They're not all games are not all games with rhythm are music are rhythm dominant. Fire and Ice, yeah, that's pretty rhythm heavy. This game is fairly rhythm dominant too. This is not simpler than Osu because Osu standard is very different from this. So there are some nuances. Osu standard is not rhythm dominant, so it does not matter what your input is when you're Osu standard. And since it uses a cursor, can't really relate, can't compare a cursor to no cursor at all. And mapping pools are different. So the mapping pool intentions are different. This game is mapped thematically. It's the whatever the theme is. So the maps aren't designed in a way that it was meant to be competitive. I mean, if it had a Steam workshop and someone modded this game, the chart can be as difficult as any game with the mechanics that the game has. The gameplay is responsive. So in any way possible, you can make this humanly impossible to play. Absolutely. As an Osu player, an Osu standard player, ironically, Osu standard is simpler than this. Which do I enjoy more? I enjoy the thing that I'm playing right now. So tomorrow, when you catch me playing Osu, I'll enjoy that more. Right now, I'm enjoying this more because I'm playing it. So if if we had to compare apples to apples, right? For example, apples to apples, this game has two inputs. This game has three inputs. That's more complex than Osu Standard. Osu Standard technically has four inputs, but the inputs don't matter. So they're non-unique inputs. So in terms of things we can compare, this game has three unique inputs, and Osu Standard has one unique input. They have two keys, but they only have one unique input. You just have to be on time. You have to be on the beat. And since this is like Step Mania, it matters being on time and having the correct input. So I'm not very good at it, obviously, since the last game I played a long time. It requires more accuracy. The precision is the same for both. So if you're precisely on time, it's fine. But Osu just requires to be on time. This requires to be on time and with the correct input. So you have to be accurate as well. Both games require precision, which is precision is the consistency of on the beat inputs. Osu does not require what so that's going to be the funny part because it's called accuracy in Osu standard. But since Osu standard doesn't require unique inputs, accuracy and precision is the same thing. In this game, you need to be accurate and precise at the same time. You need to be precisely on time with the accurate input. If that helps. Mania is the same. So Osu, I only play Osu standard. So if we're comparing it to Osu, Osu is more complicated because it's Osu Mania. That's the closest thing to this. Which I think the standard play is 4 keys. So the average standard play is 4 unique inputs. So Osu Mania would have 1 more unique input. And their charts are fan made and stuff. And it can go up to 8. So Osu Mania has flexibility. But Osu, to now compare apples and oranges, Osu is a mechanics game. So is Song of Fire and Ice. This game is a whole package deal. There's narration, humor. All the maps are originally curated. They're charted by an in-house people to reflect the music that they composed for the game. So this has no mapping to just like other like this is not a community built thing. It's a standalone indie game. Oh, what is a good example of a standalone indie game? It's kind of like Metronomicon. That's one of my favorite games when it came to rhythm hybrid games. Like way back. I think it's been like 5+ years since I played Metronomicon. That one's a RPG Step Mania hybrid. So this game is it's a little, I don't know if they're gonna expand it. It was released on the 1st of February, so it's super young. Like this game is very new. Developers did not release, didn't talk about a roadmap or anything, but the fans would love to have more like tracks. So DLC content, hopefully, in my opinion. I would pay for original tracks, original charts, and like do what the game is already doing, which Song of Fire and Ice and Osu does not do, which is make charts and music reflective of the narrative and the humor. Since this game is not a mechanics game, it's an experience game. Now, with that said, performance on this game feels brutal. And when I mean performance, I don't mean like frames per second and stuff. I mean becoming dexterous with this game is still fairly brutal for someone like myself who basically played Osu Standard for like the last 3 years as it has his only like music game, and Osu Standard just don't deal with accuracy, and not in accuracy in the sense of beat precision, which again, accuracy and beat precision are one and the same on Osu. Yeah, that's how I feel right here. So you know how here's how I want to describe it. When you're listening to a song, right, Jack, and you can't help but tap your hand to like tap your fingers to the song, you're playing Osu Standard. You can't do that on this game. You can't randomly tap. Like whatever you feel like whichever finger you want to use, you have to actually use the exact finger, and I can't do that. I'm struggling to do that. I played all the levels in this game. Today is the day that so it took 3 days to play and sample all the things in the game. And now I'm doing something called a so this game has mods that the developers created. And there's this one called Randomizer. And you could make it totally random. So that is kind of like the way Osu Standard, and also the way, sort of, if I understand. No, that's not. Wait, is it? No, it's not. So both Song of Dance of Fire, I keep mixing up the name. The Dance of Fire and Ice, both Dance of Fire and Ice and Osu Standard doesn't distinguish. It doesn't differentiate accuracy of the inputs. It deals predominantly with the precision of timing. However, since Dance of Fire and Ice has a weight and a downbeat and like runs and stuff to flow in Dance of Fire and Ice, it is rhythm dominant. Like you can feel hold notes, rest and stuff. In Osu Standard, it's not rhythm dominant game unless you deliberately tap harder somewhere, like just feel like you want to tap harder somewhere. The closest thing to rhythm from a mechanical standpoint in Osu Standard is how your right hand syncs with your left hand input as the distance drive. So like if you have a big jump, right, there's gonna be a period. That travel distance is kind of exemplary. That spacing, the spaces, is kind of the closest thing you can get to a rhythm in Osu Standard. It's predominantly just if you're on the beat, you're on the beat. Just to distinguish, I talked about this quite a bit. Rhythm is a periodicity unit in music, and I'm just clarifying and defining what I use because I like defining them just so that we don't have misunderstanding. When I use the word rhythm, it's a periodicity of units. It's a unit, a periodic recurring unit of sounds that is accented by a note. So like 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, that's a rhythm. If you're just tapping 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, like without an accent, those are just beats. So in Osu standard, it doesn't matter the nature of each beat. You just have to hit it. You just have to be on time. In this game, the accent of the beats are the unique inputs. So like this triple started on a right arrow. This triple started on a left arrow. These bass bars are using the third input button. So there's a nature of rhythm to it. So when you put totally random, like this mod, when you totally randomize it, it makes the song outrageously chaotic. Like it makes it feel like the chart was just random. Which is what this is. They just randomly put anything on the beat. So that demonstrates how rhythm based it is. When you put it random, it's like chaos. Like there's inputs everywhere that it feels unnatural, or like it doesn't feel nice to play it in that pattern. Like asking yourself to pretend to drum, and someone drums with like left, right, left, right, left, right, right? And that the same person asks you only use your right hand, and then do exactly what the same beat as the left hand. They'll feel different because they're rhythmically inclined. And that's what these games are to me. I like this game. I'm just terrible at rhythm games. So what I mean by I'm terrible at rhythm games, I'm really bad at rhythm games. Like it's a crutch. Like Osu standard is a crutch for me, because Osu standard is the least rhythmy possible. It doesn't punish you for poor rhythm. It just punishes you for not being on time, which is great, because when you play DDR, like it doesn't matter if you can shuffle back and forth, your feet shuffle back and forth on time. You actually have to shuffle them to the right place, if you know what I mean. And the rhythm deals with shuffling them in a specific order. Like when you the difference between a shuffle and a salsa is in which direction and orientation the pattern your feet moves, right? That's the rhythm. That's the rhythm of the... So when you see like ballet dancing and like pop lock and stuff, there's a rhythm to the person's dancing, which isn't any different between if two dancers dance on time. There's no difference other than the interpretation of the rhythm. And that's how I kind of like try to visualize rhythm in games. But yeah, unique inputs are the best, or the classic way of demonstrating there's rhythm. And now what this game does though, the awesomeness about this game, I think, it's a great... So there's no map pool, right? You don't have people making new maps. Like, here's new map. So they have a randomizer called Shuffle, and they have seeds of these maps, and these maps have less of a randomness. They're more clustered. So when they're clustered, they feel like they have patterns, and those patterns are rhythms, or they are meant to imitate the rhythm feeling. Osu standard does have some rhythm. Like people get fancy and they do some rhythms. Like tech maps can have sliders that can elicit rhythms. It's just it's less in Osu standard, as long as you're on time. So now what I'm doing is like I play through all the levels, but when you play through all the levels, rarely do they use the dodge button. The dodge is the third input. So there's left note, right note, and dodge. Dodge is like a big space bar, and it's rarely used because thematically, usually the only time you dodge is when you encounter an enemy, like in the theme. So every time a dodge button comes up, I get it confused. And that's what I'm trying to practice right now to get better scores, to get like the 3-star ratings. So I'm not playing the original track. Like this is the, like for example, the majority of the game, there are rarely any dodge buttons, but when they come out, they're devastating. Like I just completely, so I'm trying to condition out, like, here's the original chart of the game, and it's like 80% of it is red and yellow notes, right? Hang on, let's get to the first space bar. See, that big blue bar is the dodge, and it was the and Josh already mentioned this. It was thematically linked to the guy, like in animation on the and the sound in the song. But when you randomize it, I'm trying to expose myself to the space bar more. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm basically randomizing the shuffle and then just picking new songs to shuffle to expose myself to hitting the space bar more, so that the dodge input more, so that I can get used to reading it. So the gameplay is it's super tight. It's really tight, actually. And when I mean really tight, I mean maybe a little too difficult for me. So now you see that there's a lot of those space bars, and I keep messing up because I keep confusing the space bars for another button. And when you said, like, by the time you think about it, it'll be too late. That's what I feel like when I'm doing the space bar. Yeah, so the space bar, and the space bar is the only thing that kills you. So your HP meter is a separate mechanic in this game that deals with how accurate you are. Have I tried a controller? No, but I would not use a controller. Yeah, I wouldn't use it. Have you? I've never played a rhythm game with a controller before. I've used a like just straight up pad and keys most of the time. That's interesting. Is there a rhythm game that uses a controller? And when I mean a controller, I don't mean like, you know, a rhythm controller. Like a gamepad, right? You didn't play Rock Band with one of the peripherals? Fatish's made a joke about playing this on a DDR pad. Yep. I got the buttons mixed up again. That was what 15. I played the drums. That was actually not bad, but I was okay. I see. Yeah, it tends to be. It's yeah, yeah. I haven't played a rhythm game with a peripheral before, like their proprietary peripheral. Uh, before. The closest thing is a DDR pad, which I mean, not a big stretch from that to a keyboard. Oh, by the way, I have a very unique situation right now. So, since I play Osu, right, I use the same two key thing that I use for Osu, and then I use the third key on my keyboard, the down arrow. So my keyboard is for my right hand, but my keyboard has different keycaps, and it also has different switches. It has blue switches. And my keypad that I'm using for Osu has red switches and different elevation and different keycaps. So it's a very weird feeling. So every time I have to hit the space bar, it's a different timing and weight and delay as my keypad on the left. So I'm trying to negotiate that somehow. The reason is I'm still playing Osu. I still play Osu. I'm gonna regularly play Osu for another thing before this. So I don't want to create more interference between. So if I use a controller, that wouldn't create any interference for sure. Although habitually, I don't particularly like using gamepads. Their input delay is really high. Like compared to a keyboard, it's really high. And what I mean by input delay, I mean manually inputting, like the way my hand grips around and then move my thumb around and stuff. Like ultimately, if I had a gamepad, I would just set it on my desk and I would probably hit it like a keyboard too. Like because there's three inputs, right? What are you gonna use? You could use the shoulder buttons. The travel time is not too bad on the top ones, RB and LB maybe, and then like one of the face buttons, or you could use like the two face buttons. The idea is you're comparing it to having your fingers already on top of the keys, right? So somehow you have to find three keys on a controller that has the same travel time, but can be operated while you're holding a controller. Well, you only use your thumbs, when you're operating. So to do like things, this game has since you asked about gameplay, this game is super responsive, and it has an offset. It even has a calibration for the visual and the audio. So the skill cap is max. It's whatever, it's however inhumanly possible it can be. That's why when it comes to gameplays for rhythm, I usually say it's super responsive. It's not like delayed and there's like hardware input everywhere, and so it limits how difficult the game is. Well, if you make Osu Mania, for example, just three inputs, they'll probably more or less be the same. The only nice thing about Osumania is it's like a template, so you can affect what the visuals look like, so you can like make the chart look different and stuff that aids you in playing. And there's no choice here, this is part of the game's characteristic, the chart stuff. So when everything is reduced back to apples, for a rhythm game, it's just how responsive it is. If it's like Papega and it only runs like 30 FPS and like all sorts of other things, then there's going to be a cap on the diff. But it's not, because it runs really well, which is great because these people did well. Like I'm not going to complete these levels. I tried, but like for example, just to give you an idea, I don't, there's not even a spectator mode for these things. Wait, hold. I cheesed this one, I think. Oh, I could try this one, see how... These are the bonus levels. So it scales up. It scales up horrendously. To the point I can't comprehend what's on the screen. Like doing this on a controller, like these things, it's gonna be absurd. I have no idea what I'm looking at anymore. I don't know. Like I can't even land the space bars. Okay. Hold on. To succeed in this, like to beat the level, to pass the level, you just have to hit the space bars, and I can't even hit the space bars in all that mess. Stop! There's more! Oh no, there's not more. Okay. Yeah, so you just get nothing for it, more or less. You have to get 3 stars at some point. But yeah. It gets a little fun. I mean, like, there's like this thing. Like, boss battles are kind of hype. This track is pretty hype. Very hype. Like baby metal hype. I wonder if I got any better from messing around with the space bars. I doubt it. My read speed is terrible. Freaking song, man. Sounds so good though. Whoops. I'm only doing the right one, okay? I can't even get the rhythm on the right one. Ugh. Ugh. It is a Pepe jam though. That's a lot of jamming. I can't even, I don't even want to process what random does. Oh, and you can speed things up if you want, but you know what? Let's just I give myself like 15 seconds before I die. Unless they don't seed space bars. They probably seed space bars. Oh my freak! I don't know what that is. That was just a vomit. Okay. Hold up. I saw something. I can see it. It's fine. I can see the chart. We'll keep trying. Or we're not. We'll try it one more time or something. Ugh. What the freak is that? Holy what? I don't know how you're gonna I don't know how you enter that. It just seems impossible for me right now. Right now, for the time being. I just don't think that's possible for me. I can't even see myself like I can't even read that. I can't even comprehend the pattern. I just do so. I do want to get like a 3-star on something, like a combo. I want to get combos first. Combos are gonna be the most difficult. Not breaking. Always that combo game. Oh, something worth saying. The timing window in this game is not friendly. The timing window in this game is absolutely not friendly. It is a casual game and you can turn it on beginner mode and like it's very generous to see the whole game. But the timing window, the act window is so small. Like by default. In Osu standard, even for precision, when you start building up, like even for a really long time, the timing window is still relatively generous. Like you could be just slightly, you can be you have like a window of like 80 milliseconds plus. This feels like 10 to 20 millisecond thing. So if you have like a seasoned player who like taps away, the threshold, like in OSU standard, the threshold is like 98% on time, like the precision, like on the window, right? And we're trying to compare as much as we can. But this game, the precision is around 90%. If you get around 90%, you can hit the goal. Like I rarely get above 90%, and that's barely enough to get the score. I know there are going to be players that have ceilings like crazy, but Coffers knows. Coffers knows. And Coffers is arguably far more rhythm inclined than I am. Getting those perfects are not the same. So the window is really tiny. You get more Bs, like so much more than like the tier down compared to OSU standard. I don't know how it compares to a Dance of Fire and Ice though. I don't know anything about the scoring system. Oh, come on. I keep getting... I'm like off beat there. Weird. Whoops. I choked twice. 2 misses. The rest is not really a big deal. I just want a 3-star in combo just once. How to combo. Yeah, see, that's horrible. That's like really, really deficient. What is that? 120. So what? That's 120 over 460. Yeah, that's less than 75%. That's like 75% accuracy. If we were to measure this by OSU standard, that's 75% accuracy. And you need to bring it up to 90%. 90% plus to get the 3 stars. And I think I'm doing relatively okay. That this is relatively okay for me, which is pretty unfortunate. Oh, dang it. Dang it. I choked. Man, that's like a Osu standard field choke. Man, that is a real feels bad right there. Just one note. $75% ac. Yeah, so one thing I have to say is I think this is probably gonna be the popular opinion. This game is a indie game. It's supposed to be an experience, and it has unlockables like skins and stuff. But the problem, I would probably say, this is probably gonna be in a review later down the road. The score threshold and the combo threshold is extremely high for an indie game. So they stripped this whole game and just if they didn't have the narratives and the humor and the theme and just went with mechanical charts, the score and the combo requirements for the unlockables are on point. It would put it in the same wheelhouse as like Spin DX, Dance of Fire and Ice, Osu, like, because the requirements are cutthroat. The timing window is extremely strict, like really extremely strict, to the point where 10% of the time a person might feel like they nailed the downbeats, like they nailed the register, and they would be off. They would be off, but like it would be considered off. So like not in A, as in not on time. It would be off time. So it's super strict. It's kind of like if you were gonna play like this new SpongeBob game came out, right? Like suddenly the SpongeBob game, which is a platformer, suddenly they just took away all the training wheels and made like SpongeBob one-hit KO and has like one frame dodges. Or like Dark Souls, suddenly someone made a cute game that was supposed to be super story driven, but suddenly when you're playing the game, all the defense mechanics are like on one frame, instead of like I guess Souls games have like 7 frames, maybe 7 frames when they dodge roll or something. Like the window is so tiny in this game. It's too tiny for me personally. Like I don't think I'm that okay. I do have to admit I am pretty bad at rhythm games though. It's just, it's so tight. Okay, this might sound lewd just a little bit. It's so tight that even I feel I can't possibly be this bad. It's like asking a musician to be so on time. I am not this on time. I would love to see replays of this. You know what? If there's like if someone did like a dirty speed run, ooh, you know what? I would, if this game, if the devs be like, yo, HGDQ, like let's have a speedrunner of this game and like 3 star the entire game, fastest to complete it, I would love to see that. And I know there are people there. I mean, even in this game, the statistics, right? The achievements, there's an achievement for getting at least 25 of the tracks on 3 stars for both. So it's already been done, like 0.9%. I don't know what 0.9% means because we don't have the number. This game isn't really that popular. It's an indie game, unfortunately. It's published by tinyBuild, which is a publisher that picks up a lot of first-time developers. It's a small crew, it's a small game. Most people will see as a budget game by the way it looks and its price tag, etc. All that. Drum roll your mainstream stuff. But it is really hardcore. Like, the restrictions and the nuance of the timing is really hardcore. Like, almost unexpectedly hardcore. When I played this game 2 days ago, when I started, I was like, oh yeah, this is nice, you know, like, it's gonna be okay, you know. I play Osu, I tapped a bit, and suddenly it just goes off the deep end. Like, immediately, I've been reminded about why I don't rhythm game too much, because I have no perceived rhythm. All right, I'm gonna play a few more and then call it a day. I think I have a lot to say about this game. I really like the game though, but it's weird when people ask me if I enjoy something. The answer is yes, I enjoy it. I can't even say when I'm angry at myself if I'm actually not enjoying. I think I'm enjoying the moment either way. You know, it's probably easier to ask me if the game makes me emotional. Like, how much, if I had to say, Osu still wins out, because obviously I played Osu for 3, like, in terms of frequency, Osu is unbelievably, like, it's on the top 10 of my time expenditure, right? So with that comes a lot of opportunities of emotions. And if a game makes me emotional, it's a winner. That's all. Like, it could be a really bad game. It could be a really bad experience. It's still a winner because I'll remember it. It doesn't sound as bad as it sounds. I don't go out of my way to, like, play games that I either feel has merit or games I play because of trying to empathize with popularity, you know. But I still pick this game over Elden Ring, I guess, if you're gonna ask me that. Like, Elden Ring does appeal to the mainstream, and I would want to play it to be relatable to the other people. Like, I want to learn why people like Elden Ring and stuff like that. But generally, I don't ever learn why I enjoy a game, unless it happens. But it's rare. It's rarer than I would say for most people. People play with their emotions. Like, they buy games and play games with their emotions forward. I'm not a robot, but I typically play with intent of learning something, or like learning something about people who play this game or about the developer. Not myself though. And in that way, I enjoy it. There's a lot to learn about the developers of this game through their game. This is their first game, as far as I know. They like Gilmore Girls for whatever reason, and I dig that. Whoops, I tapped one extra time. It's already chalked. gotten better at that stuff though. Whoops. I tapped too late. Oh, I got my buttons mixed up again. Dude, I did it! Alright, we did improve though. It's fine. Progress. Alright. That's some solid progress. Being able to do the do part. Solid progress. I mean, I'd even beat my old score because I broke early, but that's fine. There's a chance. 75% accuracy. Story of my life. Maybe we can do this better now. Oh, we can do this one. Triples. We gotta practice triples. I hate you, Cupcake. I hate you, Chocolate Bar. Oh, I tapped one extra time. Oh, I skipped a note. That's a lot better than I did before. Oh, I skipped a note. The second one didn't go as well, but still better. Whoops. Oh, I'm so off. I started wrong and then it all went kaput. Okay. Start off nice and then near the end it's just like lost all sense of rhythm. Nah, we have to we'll rest on that one. This one feels pretty good. 182. I forgot my space bar again. What the heck? How did I... Oops. Ugh. Keep forgetting the double triples. Worse. The worst at this game. The worst. Now I just want to watch other people play this game. Oops. Ah. That went a little bit better. But still kind of got my buds confused still. New score! Hooray! That's pretty accurate actually. It's not too bad. I want to combo this. Let me combo this. Even combo game. Dang it. I choked. Choked. Again. Why? Why? Done all the sections of this. We know, we understand. I tapped one extra time. Sidetrack day. This is what it is. This is sidetrack day. Why do I keep... I still keep doing that. I still keep mixing up the dodge bar. Dang you. Of course, I choked on one. Ugh! On one that I already done? And... Alright. Unbelievable. Try this one. Tomorrow there's gonna be some serious gains. We played this game a lot. Some serious gains incoming. Oh, God. Oh gosh, I lost track of myself. Oops. What? Whoops. Alright, it's time to wrap it up. Good day, good day. We got a digression in. Alright. So I'll be back tomorrow to lean in on some stuff. I'm gonna have to rotate another game. I don't think I can keep doing this on a daily basis. Alright, as always guys, take care, stay safe, actively participate in life. Make the best of it. All right, I'll catch everyone on the next one. Take care. Bye.